The very warmest of welcomes to you indeed. The setting is Baku, Azerbaijan, and the National Gymnastics Arena for the Rhythmic Gymnastics World Cup. Lots to come over the next several hours. We're going to bring you a great selection of 4 individual apparatus finals and 2 group finals as well. It's an absolutely fantastic field that we've got for this competition. It is star-studded, to put it mildly, and the quality is going to be absolutely terrific. This is such a popular event, the Baku World Cup at the National Gymnastics Arena. It's one of the most well-watched worldwide of the season. And we have, I hope you enjoyed that blink and you'll miss it look at the schedule, but I'll talk you through it in a little more detail as we go through. But we have got 4 individual finals, as I say, the hoop and ball finals. We'll have those 2 first. Then we'll move on to the first of the group apparatus finals, the single apparatus competition. We'll then go through the clubs and ribbon finals and revisit the groups for the mixed apparatus final. The National Gymnastics Arena in Baku, purpose-built for this sport. It was the site of the European Games in 2015, and it's been the site of FIG Rhythmic Gymnastics World Cups for a great while now. Also hosts World Cup events in artistic gymnastics. That was only last month. And we've had the trampoline gymnastics world championships here, along with the rhythmic gymnastics world championships and the European championships of team gym. So much great competition. This is what's coming up today. We'll start with the individual hoop and ball finals. Then we'll move to the Group 5 ribbons event. The groups will come back later for the 3 balls and 2 hoops final, and in between that we'll have the individuals competing with the clubs and with the ribbon. We have got all of the expected favourites pretty much contesting the finals today. We also have some new gymnasts who are starting to make their way through, and that is very exciting. Some new seniors who've made their debuts as individuals and as group members at this Baku World Cup. We wish them the really finest of fortunes as they contest for the first time big televised finals in the sport of rhythmic gymnastics as seniors. Not to say that they don't, many of them have great junior pedigrees and lots of experience upon which to draw. The groups particularly have new compositions. I'm sure many of you are well aware of that. There have been a lot of changes to the groups over the last little while. Some of the gymnasts who've already done their work now having an opportunity to sit and enjoy the competition, along with some young fans of the sport of rhythmic gymnastics. And I hope you are looking forward to it wherever you're joining us from, wherever you call home and whoever it is that you're supporting. It is an absolute pleasure to have your company for all of this action from the National Gymnastics Arena in Baku. Just had a little look at the city of Baku with its modernity and antiquity beautifully balanced. Now let's hand over to the arena presenters as we get underway and look at the finalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the 3rd final day of the FIG Rhythmic Gymnastics World Cup AGF Trophy.
Yarışlarımıza başlayırıq. Fərqli gimnastların halqa ilə final çıxışlarını izləyəcəyik.
We start with hoop final of individual gymnasts.
Finalçıları qarşılayın.
Please welcome the finalists.
Daha gür alqışlar, daha gür alqışlar.
So here they are, the finalists in the hoop competition, which will get us underway at the Rhythmic Gymnastics World Cup.
Anna Frichuk, Taisia, Ukraine. Raffaele Sofia, Italy. Keisrin, USA. Nikolova Stiliana, Bulgaria. Emir Hatice Gökçe, Türkiye. Tugalukova Vera, Cyprus. Harnasko Alina, EAE. Salos Anastasia, EAE. Good luck to all gymnasts.
Well, the good news there is that we nearly saw some of the correct gymnasts as they were being identified. A little bit of a lottery, but I'm sure you know very well who they are. And those who are less well known to you, you're going to get to know as they embark upon the finals here. It's going to be very exciting to see people like Hatice Gökçe Emir. The finalists in the hoop competition at the World Cup in Baku, and the top performer in qualification, Stiliana Nikolova, who won the bronze medal in the all-around competition. The all-around silver medalist, Taisiana Frichuk, will get us started. She was the second best qualifier, and the third best qualifier was the all-around champion, Sofia Raffaeli. Now it is customary in the National Gymnastics Arena that we get these nice little intermediary performances from young athletes who have the chance to take centre stage, and we wish all of them the best of luck as they get to entertain the crowd and to entertain you. Really well done to them. Lovely way to start as we get set up for this opening final, which begins in a couple of minutes' time. Just enough time to run through what happened at the Sofia World Cup, the first of the season, which was quite recently. Taisiana Frichuk was the gold medalist in the all-around. Stiliana Nikolova won silver in the all-around, and Takhmina Ikromova won bronze in the all-around. And now we go to the aforementioned Taisiana Frichuk, who won 3 gold medals at that competition. She is looking the real deal moving into this next Olympic cycle. Taisiana Frichuk of Ukraine.
Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize your neighborhood.
It's a great routine, that. It really works for her. She performs it with vivacity. She's a gymnast who is absolutely on the rise. There is no doubting it. She's still not quite 17. Birthday in just over a month's time. And she was the bronze medalist, I'm sure many of you remember, with the hoop at the last European Championships, in her first major senior international competition. Let's have a look back at this performance from Taisia Onofrichuk. Very good fouette turns. Strong drop down and back up to releve. The knee bend gives that whipping action. The leg stays nicely to horizontal. That worked very well. There were times in the routine when it felt maybe a touch more tentative than it has done in the past, but that's okay because it's still an evolving performance. This is one that she's carried over from previous seasons. Nice chaîné turns. Well-performed risks. Wasn't the trajectory judgment good there? You can now perform one fewer risk than was previously the case in the old code of points, 4 instead of 5. Body elements reduced by 1 as well. No combined elements, so essentially 8 assessed body elements, not 12. The whole idea being it gives a little more time for expression. 29.25. I did think it might be slightly down from qualification. It is a small drop, but nonetheless it's a very compelling score and it's a very good way to start. We move to Sofia Raffaelli, the all-around champion, the bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Paris. 29.3 her qualification score.
Tu sei una cosa grande per me, una cosa che mi fa innamorare, una cosa che se tu guarda me, mi innamora così, guardando a te. Sapere una cosa da te, perché quando ti guarda così, si pure tu ti senti morire, non mi dici e non mi fai capire, ma perché così.
It's a very interesting routine, this. There is time. Maybe it's the slowness of the music, maybe it's the new code of points, maybe it's just that the whole thing is well put together, but it gives you time to enjoy it. It doesn't feel rushed, it doesn't feel like a race. It's a very nice piece of rhythmic gymnastics. It feels a lot longer than it is, and I mean that in a very complimentary sense. Now, yes, there were some obvious trajectory issues with the apparatus. At times, the line was perfect. She judged the end of the risk very well, good penché turns, but she certainly skirted around the edge of the competition floor. There might well be some issues with execution and with difficulty. But we have to remind ourselves that as an Olympic medalist, she's coming in to the season in a slightly different way from some of the other gymnasts who maybe are really kicking off their season early. A lot of athletes who competed at the Olympiad, took time at the conclusion of the games, didn't finish off the season in the way that they normally would, and therefore have got a slightly different path. There's an example of maybe the rebound not being quite as it was meant to be. Very good toe point in the fouettes. Yes, difficulty is down, execution is down a fraction. 28.65, so it is a drop for Raffaeli, and she does pick up that 0.35 penalty for the hoop crossing over out of the competition floor. So Ola Frichuk stays in the gold medal position. Now to the exciting Ryn Keys of the United States of America. Well, hasn't it been fantastic to see the development of Ryn Keys of the USA, the bronze medalist with the ribbon in Sofia? Absolutely fantastic accomplishment. She was the 8th best in qualification with 27.45. So we look back at a performance of a gymnast who's becoming increasingly technical and increasingly expressive. Very good line there as she hits that balanced position. Completely vertical plane established. Decent catch of the apparatus behind the line of sight. Going for as much precision as possible in the Grand Battement inspired dynamic balance sequence. Really a gymnast who is going in a very positive direction. The first American to win a World Championship medal at any level. Employment here of the traditional fouettes. Good fundamental technique, a nice bit of style coming out of it, showing balletic underpinning. And again, some precision in the penchés. A lot that really is on the right lines. It'll be interesting to look at the execution score because it looked stronger than qualifying. Yes, there we go. 8.05 for execution, 28.9 for Keys. She's managed to gain a few tenths of execution from the preliminary round, and more significantly, she's gained a lot of difficulty. I was looking at that routine thinking that doesn't look like an 11.8 for difficulty, and it certainly wasn't. It was a 12.7. We move to Stiliana Nikolova of Bulgaria. 29.7 in qualification, the strongest performance. That would put her into the gold medal position at the halfway stage.
You have to understand the way I am, mein Herr. A tiger is a tiger, not a lamb, mein Herr. You'll never turn the vinegar to jam, mein Herr. So I do what I do. When I'm through, then I'm through, and I'm through. Toodaloo. Bye, bye, my farewell, mein Lieber Herr. It was a fine affair, but now it's over. And though I used to care, I need the open air. You're better off without me, mein Herr. Don't grab your right, mein Herr. I wonder why, mein Herr. I've always said that I was a rover. You can speak for mein Herr. I need the open air. You're better off without me. You'll get it without me, my hair.
She's got some really exciting routines this season, Stiliana Nikolova. She has spoken of the desire to reinvent herself. That's bold, that's brave, and we're all enjoying it very, very much. She had one moment there where she really had to lunge for that hoop, and boy did she lunge for it. I'm reflecting on the fact that her father was a professional footballer. He would have been happy if any of his goalkeepers had managed to display that kind of agility, because she really had to fling herself across the space to make sure that contact was maintained. She works so well in the side scale position, gets incredible rotations in that very few gymnasts are able to carry off. She also gets around in penché. A lot of difficulties accumulated that way, along with some good rebounds, some clever orchestration of the routine, and some unsighted reconnections with the hoop as well. Example there of working out of the line of sight. She just has incredible dynamism when she turns, allows her to get a lot of rotations in. But there will be quite a few execution costs. Yes, 28.2. The execution score, 7.8. That is the lowest execution score we've seen so far, and she does have 0.3 of penalty 10, so she didn't quite manage to keep that apparatus in bounds. We move to a gymnast who made the all-around final at the last European Championships. This is Hatice Gökçe Emir from Turkey. It's a very striking performance. She works well with her choice of music, the Duchess's Secret. Very much a performative piece. There's character to it, it's memorable. She's only 16, this young athlete, who's from the Asian side of Istanbul in Pendik. Competed at the Junior World Championships in 2023, then made that all-around final. Big moment at the European Championships in Budapest. Really flicks the back leg up nicely in the leaps. Some very nice toe point at times. Certainly room for this to really grow and find itself over the course of the season as a routine. Might be there that she was quite clearly looking over the shoulder to make the catch. Hard to see from that angle. It's very important that the gymnasts, when they're working unsighted, they really are working unsighted and not getting a little bit of vision of the apparatus. Reasonably clean travel of the hoop. It mustn't oscillate too much in flight. 28.2. It is an increase of 0.2 from qualification, so well done to her. And actually, I'm not surprised there that the artistry has gone up by 0.3 from qualifying. It looked a more cohesive performance. It looked like there was more theatricality embedded into the routine. So she's in 4th place. We go to Vera Tugolukova of Cyprus, the gymnast who was the 7th best in qualifying. 3 to go in this hoop final. The Olympian Vera Tugolukova, 16th at the Games in Paris. The gymnast who won a bronze medal with the ribbon in Athens in her senior international debut at the World Cup last year. First ever Cypriot medalist. It's very big orchestration. That often popular combination of something that is very classical and something that brings a little touch of modernity to it. She's a gymnast who's capable of putting real complexity into her work. She gets amplitude in how she launches the hoop there, allowing her time to complete those forward rotations of the body. Artistically, there's room for it to grow as the season goes on. Some tidiness perhaps in some of the leaps and the transitional elements will come. It's becoming more expressive. It'll be interesting to look at the artistry score for this. It scored 7.5, I should say, in the qualification phase. Yes, that's very well done, isn't it? 29.2, she's up from qualifying, and that artistry score certainly justifiably stronger. That's what I mean when I talk about it just having room to grow as the season goes on. It's already stepped up there from qualification. She got the difficulty that she was intending in a way that she didn't manage to in the preliminary round, so she goes into the silver medal position, only 500s behind Ona Frichuk, and we have 2 left, so Ona Frichuk is guaranteed another medal. We look at Alina Garnasko, 4th best in qualification.
Can you see a hole in me? I knew it from the start. If you believe in destiny, we could go so far. I blame my black heart. I blame my black heart. I blame my black heart.
Suddenly, right at the end, the hoop just stopped behaving itself. It's such a lovely performance overall. There was a movement quality to this that was really delightful to watch. The overall fluidity. Obviously, it's not going to contend because of the need for the replacement or need to retrieve the apparatus from outside the competition floor, and because of that loss at the end where the hoop took a bounce that it probably shouldn't have done. But look how high she goes up into relevé in those very nice tourchinées déboulées. It's got that balletic touch that you always get from Garnasko. Toe point very fine as she goes into the penché position. Not the most stable that her penché turns have ever been, but the strong fundamentals of her gymnastics mean that everything looks very poised, even when it sometimes isn't actually that poised, because she's got such an elegant balletic style. And she's always had this ability to make the small portions of a routine look very good. Even if it's a simple roll of the apparatus. I say simple, I mean nothing's simple in rhythmic gymnastics, you know what I mean, but for the context of elite level competition, the simple things tend to look very good. 25.7 for obvious reasons. Garnasco in 7th place, and she does have 2 lots of penalty tenths for the apparatus and for her crossing the line. We go to the last performance. It is Anastasia Salos, who's done such beautiful work with this apparatus in the past. 6th best in qualification. And so that brings to a close the hoop competition at the Baku World Cup of Rhythmic Gymnastics. The performance of the very experienced 23-year-old Anastasia Salos, 3 times a World Championship bronze medalist. She's had some lovely work with this apparatus over the years. I'm sure many of you remember the particularly striking performance of Damina several seasons ago, where we all discovered what a glorious piece of music that was. This is very different. This is effervescent, it's bouncy, and it requires a totally different style of choreography, which she performs well. Lovely high split pirouette there. Sometimes there was a slight feel that the hoop was not quite where it needed to be, that she was having to rush a bit to get into position. At other times, it was very exuberantly performed, theatrically performed. The problem in rhythmic gymnastics, as I'm sure many of you know, if you practice the sport, is that it's so difficult to sustain your ideal form, your correct posture, when you're having to rush to get to the apparatus, even if it's only a fraction away from where it should be. Suddenly you lose execution, you lose difficulty. But some lovely moments to this performance, certainly. It's going to be up there. Oh, she's made it onto the podium. 28.95. That's a really good performance from Anastasia Salos. So a bronze medal for her. And she just gets in by 500ths over Rin Keys. And so important there for Salos. The strong artistry score that she's received. Execution was very good. Artistry, likewise, everything going up a little from qualification. The bronze medal to Anastasia Salos, silver to Cyprus's Vera Tugolukova, and the gold medal won by the athlete who's winning a sack full of gold medals at the moment, Taisia Onofrichuk of Ukraine. She is unstoppable. What great news that is for Anastasia Salos, getting back onto a World Cup podium. She was 7th with the hoop in Sofia. On a World Cup podium now for the 17th time. The ball final for individuals is about to begin.
Çevikliği ve yüksek ustalık nümayiş ettireceğiyle bu gimnastlar fərdi və qrup hərəkətləri proqramları üzrə öz performanslarını nümayiş ettirəcəklər. Onlar yenidən çarpan qarşılaşmalar, tamaşaçılara həyəcanlı anlar yaşanacaqlar. Rəqabət dolu yarış və möhtəşəm şovları izləmən şansını qaçırmayın.
The time has come at the National Gymnastics Arena in Baku for the ball final.
Fərdi gimnastların topla final çıxışıyla davam edirik.
Dear friends, we continue with ball final of individual gymnasts.
Let's have a look at the contenders.
Please welcome the finalists. Free-Chuk, Taisia, Ukraine. Raffaele Sofia, Italy. Tugalukova Vera, Cyprus. Harnasko Alina, AIN. Salos Anastasia, AIN. Sumkin Meitai Mayan, Israel. Varfolomeev Talia, Germany. Nikolova Stiliana, Bulgaria. Good luck to all gymnasts.
The finalists in the ball competition at the Baku World Cup. Top in qualification, the last to go, Stiliana Nikolova. Her score was 28.9. It is new orchestration, but she remains capable of enormous numbers with this apparatus. The second best was Sofia Raffaelli, and she will be the second to go in the final. But we do have here the reigning Olympic champion, Daria Varfolomeev, who has resumed her World Cup campaign here in Baku, having not competed in Sofia. In the spectacular Sofia World Cup to open the season, the ball competition was won by Bulgaria's own Stiliana Nikolova, with Alina Garnasko taking silver and Takhmina Ikromova winning the bronze medal.
Please welcome
Let's see what happens here in Baku. We begin the ball final. Taisia Free-Chuk will start. She was the 8th best in qualification, but there's no doubt that this has got the potential to score much higher. It's so different from Thriller that it's barely the same gymnast. And I mean that as an entirely positive thing. Really exciting. the transformation from hoop to ball as she uses the theory of light as her orchestration. She's a gymnast who understands how to behave the way the music is telling her to behave, and yet how to do something that is uniquely her. Just lovely little details in how she works with the ball and what her hands do. There were some moments where the ball just slightly risked running away. They were few and far between, though. Some well-controlled traps. Putting in the leg bend to add a little difficulty to her work. That was a moment where there was very slightly a danger of that ball just slipping away from her. It wasn't a danger that existed for very long. And she's becoming so composed in competition now that she covers little problems. It certainly looked a lot better than qualification. 28.1. It's a jump of about a mark and 3/4 from the preliminary stage. So that puts her very much in the race early on. Crucially there, she's gained 1.3 of difficulty. The second strongest gymnast in qualification was Sofia Raffaelli, the all-around champion in Baku, bronze medalist at the Olympic Games and winner of so many World Championship honours, including 5 golds in 2022.
Making Christmas is this time, and won't the children be surprised? It's ours this time. I don't believe what's happening to me. My fantasy. Something fresher, something pleasant. My fantasy. It's Christmas time.
The use of the unsettling music from The Nightmare Before Christmas, the Making Christmas remix. It's got moments of lovely complexity to it, some playful choreography as well. Some complicated unsighted traps of the ball where she really raises the lower body up and performs it with assurance. Occasionally there was a sense that the trajectory was a little off with the apparatus and that She hadn't fully managed to complete what was intended, but we certainly saw her signature move. Amazing ability to function in the side scale position with that bent leg. Holding releve just for a moment to show real control. Coming out of the walkover skills. There's that example of that flourish as she traps. And then really raises the legs, showing great physical power and strength. Here an example of some shuffling to get into position to retrieve the ball at a likely cost to the execution score. .67.65, so she is positioned second. The difficulty has dropped a little. I referenced whether she had maybe not quite managed to do everything that she was intending because of some of those issues with the behaviour of the ball. So for Raffaele, a small drop from qualifying. Cyprus's Vera Tugalukova, the sixth best in the preliminary round. Her score was 27 exactly. For the second time today, we're going to have orchestration from Cabaret. Different version from Nikolova.
A tiger is a tiger, not a lamb, mine hair. You'll never turn the vinegar to jam, mine hair. But I do what I can, inch by inch, step by step, mile by mile, man by man.
She manages the increase in pace of the routine nicely, of the music. Performs it with a clear relationship to the choice of orchestration. It's a fun display from Vera Tugalukova. And there were moments of excellent execution of the body difficulty. There were also moments of quite pronounced trajectory adjustment. There was one really clear one coming out of the Shinee turns. Nice the way she comes out of the illusion turn into a little choreography and then into the dynamic balance work. It all blends together well. It's a strong releve position, as she often does. A nice element there, just taking the weight off the ball and rolling it across the shoulders, showing real control. I just remind you that what you're watching back is the replay of the gymnast, but with the music being used by the dancer who's performing in the middle of all of the routines. And so it's a slightly jarring experience because we have to remind ourselves that that is not at all the choice of music that Vera Tugalukova was intending. No doubting the balletic rudiments, the classical skill that she has. It's good enough to lead, 28.45. And she gained close to a mark and a half from qualification. The execution is actually the lowest of any that we've seen so far. However, she's got the highest difficulty score, 12.7. So that one really at the top of the table due to its complexity. What will we see now from Alina Garnasko, who was 4th in qualification? The gymnast who has been a World Cup champion with this apparatus.
De recuerdo y sin sabor, goteature songo l'eredo, marea tu licori arrea, la tropia della surda, al volcar la última cureda. Contame tu condena, decime tu fracaso, no ves la pena que me he herido. Ya sé que me hace daño, yo sé que te lastimo, llorando mi sermón de vino. La curva que al final le termina la función, corriéndole un telón al corazón.
It really is a lovely choice of orchestration, and it's so well suited to her. I made the observation in Sofia that it had the potential to be one of her really memorable routines, and certainly her reaction there indicative of the fact that it went far more strongly. Won the silver with the ball in Sofia and with the ribbon. 4th with the hoop and with the clubs. 5th with the clubs, I should say. But when I say went far more strongly, I refer to the qualification process here, where she scored 27.35. There's a lovely sense of relationship with the music. Beautiful toe point as she performs the fouette turns with the extended leg. There's never a sense that she has lost what the music is about. La ultima curda, state of drunkenness. Graceful, but with a certain element of ferocity to it choreographically. Qualification was 27.35. That is a lot better than the preliminary round, 27.9. Enough only for 3rd place in this final.
Please welcome Salos Anastasia.
But certainly, as expected, a jump up from the preliminary stage, and her reaction was indicative of that. She knew that had gone a lot better. Artistry score higher than anything we've seen so far in this final. And again, that feels as it should be. Anastasia Salos. third best in qualification. She just made it into third place in the hoop final. That really is a beautiful piece of construction. She's got a relationship with that music. It's very poised, it's full of lovely dance work. The music is Black Book. All of her apparatus, apart from hoop, have got new orchestration this season. Gets right up into releve, managing that high split position, very controlled. Again, good establishment of the chaîné turns, and she's clearly working wonderfully unsighted there, trapping the ball. Little oscillation in the penché turns. Catch into the backwards walkover, goes nicely into choreography. And there must be, as I'm sure many of you know, in the new code of points, real focus on those dance steps. They will be penalised if missing, to the tune of 0.3 each time. .65 for Anastasia Salos. The difficulty is an issue. She's only managed to produce 11 versus the 11.9 that she managed in qualification. So that really is what's seeing her right down away from podium contention. Now to Metal Mayam Sumkin of Israel, who was the 5th best in the qualification phase. Score of 27.1.
No more tears, my heart is dry. I don't laugh and I don't cry. I know I said that I was shy, but rich man can't imagine power. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. And think of all the stories that we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. And think of all the stories that we could have told. One day, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old. Oh, baby, we'll be old.
bold conclusion. There's a really risky feel to the end of that performance, and it makes for an exciting bit of gymnastics. It's very fast orchestration, isn't it? And consequently, it demands a lot of movement energy from the gymnast to match that, well, frankly, frantic feel to the orchestration. And she maintains control well for most of it. She's got incredible rapidity of pirouettes, the 16-year-old from Tel Aviv. Only just 16, by the way, 3 days ago. She really gets around quickly in the pirouette positions. Sometimes maybe a slightly rushed feel to some of the other elements. So the execution will be interesting to look at. This is very much the polar opposite of her choice of music, which we're hearing now being performed by the dancer in the middle of the two routines. Makes for a quite strange complexion to it all. But she's a fast mover. Here's an example of the really rapid turn. She has a slight moment where she lilts to one side in those fouettes and gets it back up to a good vertical position quickly. Well, there we go. It's 27.85. That's a very good performance. She's up by 3/4 of a mark from qualification. But what is interesting is her execution is the lowest that we've seen so far. 7.55 the score. The artistry was one of the highest. Now to the reigning Olympic champion, Daria Varfolomeev of Germany. 27, her score in qualification, only the 7th best, but she's beginning her season internationally here.
There's something I have to say to you. If you promise, you'll understand. I cannot contain myself when in your presence. I'm so humble. Touch me. Don't hide our love. Woman to man.
Just a lover, give me back. Is it worth the giving? Is it worth the try? You cannot cleave it, put it in the furnace. You're not wet it, you cannot burn it. She wants something about you, baby, that makes me want to give it to you. There's something about you, baby.
Promise me whatever we say, whatever we do. For now, we'll make a vow to just keep it in the closet.
The Olympic champion, Daria Varfolomeev of Germany, making her way back into international competition. We see glimpses of the form that took her all the way to the greatest prize in the sport, and evidence of the fact that the comeback is really just beginning in earnest. She's on a slightly different path at a slightly different stage of the race from some of the other athletes, and that's fine because this is all part of the build towards the next Olympiad. Shanae turns, no problems there. Unsighted catch behind likewise. Often has very good extension to her work, but there was a pronounced loss of the ball later on in the routine that certainly will result in not just execution being sacrificed, but difficulty too.
Phenomena.
27.85 for Daria Varfolomeev.
Please welcome Nicole Vastiliana, Bulgaria.
Varfolomeev in 5th position. It is an improvement from qualification as we now go to the performance of Stiliana Nikolova, who was the top qualifier with 28.9. New choice of orchestration for Stiliana Nikolova. Everything new this year, and so naturally it takes the routines a little time to become consistent. She won the title at her home World Cup in Sofia. Did have more problems on this occasion. So interesting now to see what that will do for the leaderboard, because we've got Vera Tugolukova sitting in 1st position. Just about gets the control there in that side scale position, easily gets it in the chaîné turns. That's phenomenal. It's so different from her previous choice of music with the ball, and that's exciting. Great judgment coming out of the forward rolls, the ball exactly where it needed to be. Later on did have to give chase. That was the moment where the rebound was just slightly off axis. So as a result, Nikolova scores 27.45, goes into 7th place, and that means that Vera Tugolukova has just won her 1st World Cup title. The classified results in the ball final in Baku. Bronze to Alina Garnasko. The silver medal won by Taisia Onofrichuk of Ukraine, and the gold medal, a history-making gold medal for Cyprus, won by Vera Tugolukova. Amazing accomplishment, the first from her nation to do that in World Cup competition. Now we're going to turn our attention in a moment to the first of the group finals, and we will bring you the 5 ribbons competition. Important context needs to be given to all of these group performances. We've got such a mixed economy of groups at the moment at this early stage in the first season after the Olympic Games. We've got some groups that are very well established. We've got others that are completely new, and then we've got, for the most part, actually something in between. That's the more common situation, where there has been an evolution of the groups. So some gymnasts have remained from the previous Olympic cycle, indeed from the Olympic Games, and we've got some gymnasts who are perhaps coming through from the junior group. Others have made the move from individual into the group. That's the case for Germany, for example. So it's all very mixed, and that is combined with the change of apparatus. And that's something that the groups have to deal with that the individuals do not. Seeing as we are now well beyond the years when the rope was used as one of the rotating apparatus for the individuals. But for the groups, the move now to 5 ribbons has also brought with it its own complications. That means that we are seeing some quite low execution scores, very much as expected. It's how things are likely to be at this stage of the season, for all of the reasons that I've attempted to articulate there. So that Group 5 ribbons final will be along in due course. We continue the action now with the first of the two group finals today. The single apparatus competition is next.
Aziz dostlar, yarışlarımızda grup hareketleri komandalarının 5 rənddə final çıxışı ilə davam edirik.
Dear friends, we continue with 5 ribbons final of the teams in group exercise.
Cura alqışlarınızla finalçıları qarşılayın.
Please welcome the finalists.
Here are the finalists in the Group 5 ribbons competition.
Ukraine, Bulgaria, Finland, Italy, China, Kazakhstan, Turkey, Israel. Good luck to all gymnasts.
So we are set to begin any moment now, the 5 ribbons competition at the Baku World Cup of Rhythmic Gymnastics. Hope you're enjoying it all so far. Here are the finalists in the 5 ribbons competition. Top in qualification, the group that will go 5th in the order, China. They were the all-around silver medalists. They have, exactly as I was mentioning earlier, a mixed economy of their group, a couple of newcomers, a couple of Olympians, and one in between who's competed at World Championship level and indeed has won World Championship titles. Second best in qualification, the all-around gold medalist, the Bulgarians. It was Ukraine who won bronze in the all-around competition. The all-around is a non-televised element of the coverage at the World Cups. It's based, as I'm sure many of you know, on the qualification results. Some very nice work there from a young performer, incorporating elements of wushu to their choreography, finishing with that traditional Chinese martial arts gesture with the extended palm and the fist placed together. And I'm sure many of you know the significance of that. The idea is that you have power, but you also have control. So the palm is placed in the vicinity of the fist to show that there is control. There's also humility. And those of you who really are very keen followers of rhythmic gymnastics, who are interested in the chance to branch out into other artistic sports, then I would really recommend watching competitive Tai Chi, for example, competitive Wushu, the non-sparring elements, not the Sanda, but the Taolu, which is just fabulous. It's a big part of things like the Southeast Asian Games and the Asian Games. There are some beautiful choreographed performances that are assessed in much the same way as rhythmic gymnastics is, on effectively artistry and execution. To this 5 ribbons competition. And we start with the all-around bronze medalist. They were the 3rd best in qualification here. This is Ukraine. Representing them, Polina Horodnica, Valeria Peremeta, Kira Shirikina, Nadia Yurina and Alexander Yushchak. They were 5th in both finals in Sofia. Peremeta and Shirikina competed at the Olympic Games in Paris.
To show that the blood you bleed is just the blood you own. Was I stupid to love you? Was I reckless to help? Was it obvious to everybody else that I'd fallen for that? You were never on my side. Fool me once, fool me twice. Now you're dead, the paradise. Now you'll never see me cry. There's just no time to die. Fool me once, fool me twice. Higher than the paradise. Now you never see me cry. There's just no time to die.
Execution not quite there today, but it's a very enjoyable routine. Its potential is to be pretty high scoring, and it indeed was performed with real clarity in the qualification campaign. Certainly by the overall standard of what we saw, where they were the 3rd best performers. Did have quite a lot of losses of the apparatus, with big adjustments required to get it back under control. But it will happen at this stage, won't it? It will happen when it's a new group composition, when it's a new routine, when it's a new apparatus. So we've got to give them the time It's got some lovely moments in terms of how they use the space. But there were moments that had a rather frantic feel as ribbons got slightly tangled, as they unfortunately fell cleanly to the ground. You're viewing a work in progress though, and a potentially very exciting one. Example there of a couple of good saves when the ribbon was so close to completely being lost. There are going to be more trajectory adjustments with 5 ribbons than you would get with 5 hoops. Here, the quite pronounced tangle. And there, the drop. So all of it will lead to a lot of execution deductions, unfortunately for Ukraine. The score is 19, so they are down by 2 1/3 or so from qualification.
Team Bulgaria.
The execution 3.4, it was 4.6 in the preliminary round. So a good opportunity here for Bulgaria, if they can deliver a smooth performance, to take control of this final. 25.15 in qualification. Danaya Atanasova, Victoria Georgieva, Sofia Ivanova, Alina Kolomiets and Suzanne Pularian. And they won the gold medal with the single apparatus at their home World Cup in Sofia. that is another routine that's got some quite lovely moments in it. It's very haunting, and it has elements of construction that are really quite magical. They do bring a smile to the face. And I think that as the season goes on, it will start to get its shape. The ribbon patterns will become a little more defined. And those moments of magical partnership, like the start, I mean, it's lovely. You don't often see the ribbons just completely straight laid out in that fashion. One is able to reflect upon the vastness of the length of the ribbons. Those magical moments will become just seamlessly blended into stronger execution. They had a very clear loss of a ribbon that went out of bounds. That will carry certainly a few penalty tenths. It may even be more than that. We'll have a look when it comes in. Some nice use of cannon. And it's a complicated routine. I mean, the difficulty score has very high potential here. The drift potential as well with 5 ribbons is huge. I mean, there's a big tangle going on and a need for a replacement. But I go back to my comment in Sofia, which is at this stage of the season, we're looking for the potential of something more than we are looking for the exactness of something. So it is 21.85. They did get 3 penalty tenths.
Please welcome Team Finland.
Into the lead at the moment, the Bulgarians, but quite a way down from qualification. Now, what of this next group? This is Finland. Nea Kapiainen, Missa Kurvi, Lummi Mäkinen, Anni Olkkonen and Anastasia Polishchuk. So 3 of their group competed at the last European Championships, where they were 16th in the all-around competition, and at the World Championships, where they were 17th in the all-around.
Stand by me. We saw the writing on the wall, and we felt this magical fantasy. Now with passion in our eyes, there's no way we could disguise it secretly. So we take each other's hand, 'cause we seem to understand the urgency. Just remember.
reworking of I've Had the Time of My Life, the 1987 song for the hugely popular film Dirty Dancing, and we saw some very nice nods to that with a little choreography from the Finns. It's very different from anything that we've seen in the first couple of performances. It's got its own sense of style. It had its own issues with execution as well. But again, it's another routine that's got the potential to be really quite memorable. And once the cleanliness has come with the ribbons, then there'll be more time for them to indulge in these little moments of partnership, which are great fun. And they got slightly lost as the routine went on because the control wasn't there. But this is great. I mean, obviously it's such an important nod to the film. And it's difficult, isn't it? When you take something with its own iconic choreography, and we see it a lot in rhythmic gymnastics, we see it in sports like figure skating as well, it's hard to do something that is appropriately respectful to the source material without just becoming a copy. And then on the other end of the spectrum, you've got almost ignoring the music and doing your own thing completely. There's got to be that middle ground where you nod your head, doff your cap to the choice of orchestration, but you do your own thing with it. And they are managing to tread that line quite nicely. 20.35 puts them into second place. And that's a big step up from qualification for the Finns, so really promising. Crucially there for Finland, they've gained 1.2 of difficulty. The execution's up as well. The artistry is about where it was in qualifying. Now a look at a new group here, representing one of the great nations of group rhythmic gymnastics. This is Italy, who scored 18.85 in qualification. Representing them, Chiara Vadi, Laura Golfarelli, Alexandra Naclerio, Giulia Segatori and Sofia Siciliano. And three of their squad of six, including Serena Ottaviani, who's in the mixed apparatus, won group all-around and team silver at the Junior World Championships of 2019. The remainders are new to international level. cannot be easy coming in to represent Italy in group rhythmic gymnastics when there is such expectation and such excitement and such focus on your work. It's got some great elements to it, that routine. Some of the synchronized portions where they're effectively into the dance sequence, the dance steps, they're very, very good. They had an amazing save at one point as well in the middle of the space. We have to give this group time to bed in, to really find their form and find their footing at international level. It will take a while. They had the lowest execution score of any of the qualifying groups, with 2.95 in the preliminary round. Quite a few adjustment steps taken, as expected. And there, a slightly tricky moment where there almost seemed to be a miscommunication, but lovely passes like that with the ribbons. And again, once the routine develops greater control, there'll be more time to enjoy all of those moments and to see them more discreetly. This was a great phase of the routine. Excellent synchronized dance work. Lovely use of cannon. That was a treat. Just cascading so nicely down the line. And there again. A lot better than qualifying, surely. Oh, yes, a lot better than qualifying. 21.35, Italy into the silver medal position. Only half a mark behind the Bulgarians. But for Italy, that's a gain of about 2.5 from qualification, or 1.5 from qualification. No, it is 2.5. Doubting my own mathematics there for a moment. To the People's Republic of China, the top performers in qualification and the all-around silver medalists. This is Ding Xinyi, Liu Miaoting, Pu Yanzhu, Wang Lanjing and Zhang Xinyi. And two gymnasts here, Ding and Wang, won gold at the Olympic Games in Paris. They're joined by Pu Yanzhu, who was part of the World Championship winning team in 2023, and two new gymnasts in Liu and Zhang. That's exciting. It's really memorable. Lovely music. And they relate to it beautifully with some very punctuated moments. There's a clear sense there that they know exactly what's coming musically next. They pause when they need to pause to work with that change in orchestration. They slow when they need to slow. They get quicker when it's right. And there were some very clean moments of execution, some great patterns with the ribbon. Not huge amounts of adjustments taken in moments like that, for example. Good synchronization in the scales. Very unified. It's still, like all of the routines, got some ironing out to happen. But the starting point is very good. I mean, you'd expect it. These are gymnasts, 3 of them who've won World Championship titles, 2 of them who've won the Olympic title. So the newcomers, Liu and Zhang, are coming into a squad of enormous experience and capability. I mean, this surely is going to lead by a long way. Oh, yes, it does lead by a very long way. 25.15, the People's Republic of China by 3.3 are in the gold medal position. Highest artistry score as well, and that's no surprise to that. It was the highest everything. Difficulty of 11.8, execution 6.1, artistry 7.25. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to get the gold medal away from them now. Now to Kazakhstan, who were the 4th best in qualification. Kristina Chepulskaya, Jasmine Junusbayeva, Azere Kengis, Aida Kakimjanova, and Azere Nurgamabetova.
Тірі болсам, қазаққа қызмет етпей қоймаймын.
There's a lot that's really enjoyable about that. This is a group that has got quite a lot of experience. Almost all of them were part of the Junior World Championship squad in 2023, where they were 9th in the all-around competition. They just missed both of the Apparatus finals. Azere Cengiz is the only one who was not there and has joined them. So they've got already quite a well-developed relationship. There seem to be moments there orchestrally that are reminiscent of Jirao, the throat-singing tradition of Central Asia, of Kazakhstan and parts of Uzbekistan. Nice actually, because we had some Mongolian throat singing used at the Aerobic Gymnastics World Championships in 2024. Very important part of the musical tradition of large regions of Asia. This looked quite secure in terms of the execution. 21.85, they go into the silver medal position, and that point that I was making, they know each other quite well as a group. They've worked together a lot, so they may be new to us in terms of senior competition, but they're not new to each other, and they've got a good understanding. That has put them into second place behind China, just ahead of Bulgaria. Despite having the same score, the execution considerably better. We now move to Turkey. They were the 7th best in qualification with a score of 18.8. the group from Turkey, and representing them Alena Gursoy, Arina Ionashina, Melek Turu Ozan, Anika Rashidov and Irem Sirtsan. Again, another group where the vast majority competed at the Junior World Championships of 2023 and have worked up to the senior circuit over the last year. So they maybe have a head start over some of the groups in terms of their level of experience and understanding. And they were 6th in the mixed apparatus final in Sofia. So our first chance to see them in the single apparatus finals this season. Absolutely fine for the gymnasts to work in different directions when they're doing the fouette turns. Pirouettes don't have to be all going in one direction. It matters that they all complete what they're intending to, because the difficulty score is calculated on the gymnast that does the least. China lead on 25.15. Then we've got Kazakhstan. Then we have Bulgaria. Very close. 21.45 for Turkey. They're in 4th position. 4/10 away from the Bulgarians. Again, their execution score a lot higher than Bulgaria, but the artistry score not as strong, nor the difficulty. But that's the 3rd best performance in terms of execution. To a new group representing Israel. 5th best in qualification. This is Yael Aloni Goldblatt, Agamgev, Arina Vozdetskaya, Varvara Salenkova and Kristina Elon Ternovsky. It's got a very nice finishing position to it, the performance from Israel. They have also in their ranks for the mixed apparatus Ksenia Khodorkovska, who won both apparatus golds and all-around silver with the group at the Junior World Championships in 2023. She's the only one from that group here. Goldblatt won team silver as an individual and was 7th with the ribbon at the Junior World Championships in that same year in Cluj-Napoca. Ternovsky competed as an individual at the Portimao World Challenge Cup last season, made a few finals. I'll try that again. Gvozdetskaya and Salenkova are new to the international scene. So another group that's quite a mixed composition of those who have some international experience, those who have some group experience, and those who are really making their way onto the global stage for the first time. Some good timing on the leaps, a nice sense of synchronization. Did have some issues with control here and there, quite a few adjustment steps required in places. China, Kazakhstan, Bulgaria, 1, 2 and 3 with this last score to come in. And no great surprise, they've gone onto the podium. Second place for Israel with a score of 23. China, as expected, holding on to win the gold medal. Israel second. Kazakhstan doing very well to take third, ahead of Bulgaria on tie-break criteria. The classified results in the 5 ribbons competition for the groups at the Baku World Cup. Bronze won by Kazakhstan on an execution tiebreak over Bulgaria. Silver going to Israel, and the People's Republic of China quite comfortably winning gold. We have the presentations for the first 3 finals to come now, and then the action will resume and we'll kick off again with the clubs competition.
xanımlar və cənablar, bədii gimnastika üzrə Dünya Kubokunun mükafatlandırma mərasiminə xoş gəlmişsiniz.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the FIG Rhythmic Gymnastics World Cup AGF Trophy. Let's welcome the medalists.
We begin the first of 3 presentations. The award ceremony for the individual hoop competition.
Bədii gimnastika üzrə Dünya Kubokunda halqı ilə finalda fərqlənmiş fərdi gimnastların mükafatlandırma mərasiminə başlayırıq.
Award ceremony for individual hoop final. 3rd place and bronze medalist Salos Anastasia, AIN.
The winner of the bronze medal, Anastasia Salos, back on a World Cup podium.
Tugalukova Vera, Cyprus.
The winner of the silver medal, Vera Tugalukova of Cyprus. The start of a very special day for her. And another gold medal this season for Taisia Onofrichuk of Ukraine, after she won 3 gold medals in Sofia.
Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation. And Elshad Narimanov, professor in gymnastics, chairman of AGF's veterans.
And now the national anthem of Ukraine.
And show your respect for the national anthem of Ukraine.
Next, the ball victory ceremony.
Bədii gimnastika üzrə Dünya Kubokunda topla finalda fərqlənmiş fərdi gimnastların mükafatlandırmasına başlayırıq.
Award ceremony for individual ball final. 3rd place and bronze medalist Harnasko Alina, AIN.
The winner of the bronze medal, Alina Garnasko.
Medalist Onofrichuk Taisia, Ukraine.
Taisia Onofrichuk of Ukraine winning silver.
Vera, Cyprus.
And Vera Tugalukova of Cyprus winning a historic gold medal.
Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation. Emil Mustafayev, director of Milli Gymnastik Arenası, and Hashim Hüseyinov, manager of Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation. Please stand and show your respect for the national anthem of Cyprus.
Well, what a special moment as that sight is seen for the first time. The champion with the ball, Vera Tugalukova. Next, it will be the Group 5 ribbons victory ceremony. The Group 5 ribbons victory ceremony.
Dünya Kubokunda 5 ilə fərqlənmiş qrup hərəkətləri komandalarının mükafatlandırma mərasiminə başlayırıq.
Award ceremony for 5 ribbons final of teams in group exercise. Third place and bronze medalist, Kazakhstan.
Winning bronze, Kazakhstan.
Second place and silver medalist, Israel.
Silver going to Israel.
Gold medalist, People's Republic of China.
And the People's Republic of China taking the title.
Natalia Bulanova, competitions director, member of the Rhythmic Gymnastics Technical Committee.
There was no doubt about the quality of that display from the Chinese group. Easily the most calmly executed and certainly the most artistically aware display. They managed to get a lot of difficulty into it as well.
Please stand and show your respect for the national anthem of People's Republic of China. Congratulations!
And there they are, the medalists in the single apparatus final for groups at the Baku World Cup 2025. As is always customary in Baku, a special award is presented.
Toplanmış fərdi gimnastlar təşkilat tərəfindən AGF Trophy ilə tərtib olunur.
Individual gymnast with the highest execution score is awarded with AGF Trophy. Varfolomeev Daria, Germany.
Daria Varfolomeev of Germany, the winner of the AGF Trophy for the highest execution score in qualification. Great to see the Olympic champion back in competition. Well, we have just a few minutes until we get things started with the second half of the action. The club's final will be next, and Daria Varfolomeev will be the first gymnast competing, so she'll need to take a moment to go from the presentation area to the competition floor, and we'll have the introduction of all of the gymnasts to come. So don't go too far away, but we'll have a few minutes now until the club's final starts. The action is set to resume with the clubs competition. Let's have a look at the contenders for the club's title, which is about to begin
dostlar, biz devam
in
edelim.
Baku.
Hörmətli tamaşaçılar, siz de hazırsa bir alkışlarınızla bunu eşidək. Fərdi gimnastların güclərlə final çıxışlarını izləyəcəyik.
Dear friends, we continue with class final of individual gymnasts.
Finalçıları qarşılayın.
Please welcome the finalists. Varfolomei Daria, Germany. Anna Frichuk Taisia, Ukraine. Draga Stara, Italy. Nicola Stiliana, Bulgaria. Kay Svin, USA. Tal Franco Alona, Israel. Raffaele Safia, Italy. Tugalukova Vera, Cyprus. Good luck to all gymnasts.
There they are, the finalists in the clubs competition. And the action will start in just a moment or two. The finalists in the clubs competition in Baku. Top performer in the preliminary round, Daria Varfolomeev of Germany, who first threw herself into the name, or the list of names, to be a real contender for world and Olympic glory when she won the club's title at the 2022 World Championships. Lovely reception for the young performers who are entertaining the crowd before the final start and in the gaps for judging
Please
during the
welcome
routines.
Varfolomei Daria, Germany.
It's time to begin the club's competition, and a great place to start with the gymnast who won the world title in 2022 and then won it again in 2023. Here is the reigning Olympic champion, the top qualifier, a gymnast whose performances with this apparatus have been so strong over the years. It is, of course, Daria Varfolomeev.
favorite.
That's it, that's it, that's it, yeah, you're crazy. That's it, that's it, that's it, yeah, you're crazy. That's it, that's it, that's it, yeah, you're crazy.
Over.
Fascinating start to this club's final, coming courtesy of Daria Varfolomeev. The gymnast who began her season in the Italian Serie A in late February. She said that she was so thrilled to see a huge number of fans at the conclusion of the Bundesliga campaign at the end of last year. The increased interest in the sport that has naturally come from her securing of the Olympic title. There's a lot of complexity in this routine. The difficulty is strong. Really rotates around with such poise in those fouette turns with the fully extended leg at horizontal. A lot of really secure catches with good judgment shown of the trajectory. The qualification score 30.35, which was by close to a mark and a half the best of anyone in the club's competition. I mean, how spot on she was there with her movement. It is 30.45, an improvement of 1/10 from qualifying. She's gained 2/10 of difficulty. Execution and artistry dropping by 5/100ths of a mark. Very good score that, and it's going to be hard to beat. Really nice to see that sort of performance from Varfolomeev on her return to World Cup Rhythmic Gymnastics. Now to the champion with the clubs in Sofia at the first World Cup of the season. Taisia Onofrichuk, who scored 20. There's real amplitude in that final throw. And there's such intensity to the performance, as ever, from Taisiana Frichuk, who shows her ability to do that which is very bold, that which is sensitive, that which is frivolous, that which is serious. It's nice to see the variety in this young athlete. She was the silver medalist, after all, with the clubs at the Junior World Championships in 2023. Judge that catch well. Plenty of rotations, plenty of precision in the fouettes. Doesn't deviate a great deal from the base position of the standing leg. And then into the side scale. Very hard to keep gravity on your side there. It's 28.95, and that is virtually the same as qualifying. She's gone up by 500. She's into the silver medal position. Another really tidy display from Onofrichuk. Now, our first opportunity to see this gymnast in today's finals. Tara Dragash from Italy, 5th in qualifying with 27.55. She's been a European Championship team medalist. Italy's Tara Dragash from San Daniele del Friuli, near the border with Slovenia, very close to the iconic settlement of Trieste. She's yet to compete at World Championship level, but as I mentioned earlier, she's been on a European podium, looking for her first World Cup honours. Some nice skill selection in this performance from Tara Dragash, and things that we haven't seen yet in our coverage today.
What color is the sky? Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. You tell me that it's red. Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. Where should I put my shoes? Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. You say put them on your head. Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. You make me un poco loco, un poquitito loco.
A gymnast that we may well see a lot more of as the season goes on. Performing the penché turns quite neatly. She also used the classical attitude derrière pirouettes, and that I think is the first time we've seen them in our coverage today. Good management of the chaîné turns as well. Did have some pronounced execution issues. And yes, her execution score 7.3. So the score 26.8. To Stiliana Nikolova of Bulgaria, 7th best in qualification, and she was indeed 7th with the clubs in Sofia. Did win the silver medal at the World Championships in 2022. It's a really interesting routine, that. The stylistic departure from that which she has done before has continued apace with her club's composition. And there's some very appropriate movement in there. Some moments that just fit wonderfully with the orchestration. It's also got a playfulness to it, a sense of frivolity in places, and yet also deeply serious at other times. So it's a nice blend. And it does showcase her extreme physicality as a gymnast, her power. Really rapid chaîné turns. Has to make a little adjustment to come back in contact with the clubs there, but it's not huge by any stretch of the imagination. Pretty tidy penchés.
Tick, tick, boom.
She had a moment where the stability did go as she was exiting one of her turns, but 29.1 puts her into the silver medal position. The execution score is 8, so it's up by quite some way from qualification. And a good artistry score for that display too. Rin Keys from the United States of America. It's always so exciting to see a young gymnast as they begin their real rise as a senior. And goodness me, we're enjoying it with Rin Keys of the USA. She was 6th with the clubs in Sofia, just as she was with the ball, where she memorably won that ribbon bronze medal. She's a gymnast of real technical proficiency. Good catch there, quite unsighted. She turns with good control demonstrated. Nice height, bringing the legs up to a horizontal position. She's a gymnast that one expects to really become a fixture in international finals as this season goes on, as we move towards what of course is a home Olympiad for her potentially, and certainly something that she is very clearly aiming for. The big breakthrough for her was with the clubs at the Pan American Championships last year. She scores 26.5 here, which is a drop of 1.2 from qualification. Mainly there a fair amount of difficulty sacrificed. Now representing Israel, Alona Talfranco, who was the 6th best in qualification with 27.35.
Welcome to the Balagan that we call the Middle East. יש הכל, רק תבחר מה לאכול ותזהר שלא תקבל פה ביס. יא חביב אלבי, love is a very big deal. מאוד גדול. בטח שהערב מתחיל. רגע, מה? איך אני אוהב את עצמי, שהלב שלי עושה ברגיל. יא חביב, say you love me like we do in Tel Aviv. יא חביב, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי. יא חביב, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי. תל אביב, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי. יא חביב, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי, אלבי. Like we do in Tel Aviv. Like we do in Tel Aviv. Like we do in Tel
She is from Tel Aviv, Alona Talfranco. And she is a gymnast who has been having really very good success as a junior. Now the move into senior as she is at her debut FIG World Cup. Lots of new orchestration this season. That song by Static and Ben El and Nasrin Kadri. Sometimes there was a loss of her precision, particularly in some of the turns near the end. Other times there was a real sense of technical clarity from this young gymnast who's still only just 16. What she did do was perform the whole thing with effervescence that matched the musical choice. Difficult skill there. You really have to take your eye completely off the apparatus and bring it under control with the feet. At the end there was a sequence of chaîné turns that didn't seem to maintain really precise balletic form. .26.1 is the score for Alona Talfranco, and indeed the execution is 7.1. It is the lowest execution score we've seen so far. But a lot about that that's going to be very successful as it becomes a more polished routine. Next to Sofia Raffaelli, third best in qualifying with a score of 28.55, but that would put her in fourth position based on the way this final has developed. There's some very complicated gymnastics going on in that routine. Some risky rebounds with the apparatus from Sofia Raffaelli, the bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Paris, the first individual Italian rhythmic gymnastics Olympic medal, no less. Powerful in those penchés. That is so ripe for catastrophe. It's really managed well, that little rebound. It would take just a minor deviation of the correct position for that club to just hurtle off in the wrong direction. So she makes light of it, as she's done throughout her career, making real complexity looks simple. There's another example of how she makes complexity look simple with the leg bend as she spins round. Keeping firm sight of the apparatus in the chaîné turns. Briefly working into the attitude derrière position. .28.85 is good enough for fourth position and only 1/10 away from making it onto the podium. She does improve from qualification, but not quite enough. 12.9 difficulty, up 3/10 from the preliminary stage. Now to the gymnast who has won her first World Cup gold medal here in Baku. Vera Tugolukova now performing with the clubs. She made the Junior World Championship final with this apparatus.
Não deixe o samba acabar. O morro foi feito de samba pra gente sambar.
She really is having such a successful World Cup competition here in Baku. Vera Tugalukova. Obviously, that is orchestration that is designed to play well at the World Championships, which will be taking place in, guess where, Rio de Janeiro in August.
Let's get
Does keep pretty good form in her chaîné turns.
Let's get loud. Turn the music up, let's do it. Come on, people. Let's get loud.
Really a gymnast who, at 16, is still in the early stages of a senior career that is developing most impressively. And she performs this with an obvious enjoyment of the musicality of it, with a desire to actually get some proper samba steps in there. Does powerfully hit releve, doesn't she? 28.7, that's a good improvement from qualification, a really good improvement actually. She's up by a mark and a half, so another strong display in this final. And it brings to a close the club's competition. The classified results in the club's final in Baku. Bronze won by Taisia Onofrichuk of Ukraine, silver by Stiliana Nikolova of Bulgaria, and the gold medal goes to Germany's Daria Varfolomeev. Great result for Varfolomeev in her first World Cup since the Olympiad. Next, we'll go to the last of the individual finals, the ribbon competition.
Aziz dostlar, yarışlarımıza fərdi gimnastların lentə final çıxışları ilə davam edirik.
Dear friends, we continue with ribbons final of individual gymnasts.
Finalçıları qarşılayın.
Please welcome the finalists.
The last individual final at the World Cup of Rhythmic Gymnastics in Baku. It is, of course, the ribbon competition.
Buschlader, Germany. Salos Anastasia, AIN. Anafrichuk Taisia, Ukraine. Raffaele Sofia, Italy. Nikolova Stiliana, Bulgaria. Harnasko Alina, AIN. Varfolomeev Daria, Germany. Draga Stara, Italy. Good luck to all gymnasts.
So there they are, the finalists in the ribbon competition. We have so many really decorated competitors.
Qarşılayın. Aydan Guleva, Respublika Kompleksi İdman Məktəbi.
We've got the last 3 champions of the world. The finalists in the ribbon competition at the Baku World Cup. The top performer in qualification was Taisia Onofrichuk, and she won the gold medal with the ribbon in Sofia. Amazing. If she could hold on here, then she will actually manage to beat the 2023 world champion, Daria Varfolomeev, the 2022 world champion, Sofia Raffaeli, and the 2021 world champion, Alina Garnaska.
Break my heart if you wanna. How I miss you, the bliss is so hard to resist. I'm returning mañana.
The ribbon final will begin with a young gymnast, a 17-year-old who won a silver medal with the ball at the Junior World Championships in Cluj-Napoca a couple of years ago. Sofia is getting ready to host the next edition of the Junior World Championships, taking place in a couple of months' time. So many gymnasts entered this competition. It's nice that they get the opportunity to actually sit and enjoy watching the finals, because at heart, before being elite competitors, they are fans of the sport more than anything else. And they love sitting down and watching rhythmic gymnastics as much as the rest of us do.
Please welcome Buschlader, Germany.
It's a brilliant accomplishment just to make it into this ribbon final. There were 65 that entered. So to place in the top 8, job brilliantly done. This is Lada Pusch from Germany, 6th in qualification with a score of 27.25.
we paint the town. And all that jazz, I'm gonna rouge my knees and roll my stockings down. And all that jazz, start the car. I know a whoopee spot where the gin is cold, but the piano's hot. It's just a noisy hall where there's a nightly brawl. And all that jazz. That jazz.
Performing to All That Jazz from the 1975 musical Chicago, Lather Push. It's one of the most well-known songs in all of musical theatre. So bound up as well in the wonderful work of the iconic Bob Fosse. She's got some nice features to her work, particularly towards the end. A very precise sequence of turns. Did have some little tangles with the ribbon that had to be navigated, but she scored 27.25 in qualification.
And immense, and the heat is intense. It's barbaric, but hey, it's home. When the winds from
It was fast, it was energetic, it fitted the tempo of the music. Difficulty-wise, we expect it to be surpassed later on. She does have features like the strong back bend in the leaps, which will only help the difficulty score, and the decision to bend the leg there as she spins inside scale. It's very close to qualification, 26.8.
Please welcome Salos Anastasia, AIN.
She has lost a little of her difficulty, about half a mark of it. Everything else is pretty well where it was before. Now to a gymnast who has returned to a World Cup podium in Baku, Anastasia Salos. 8th best in qualification. Her score was 26.95. It's a very nice choice of music, and it's the sort of music that she performs very well to. a sensitive gymnast, a very expressive one, and one who has a great deal of fluidity to her work. She's been 3 times on a World Championship podium. She has also achieved 5 successes at European Championship level. There was a moment quite early on in the routine where the forward rolls, the risk elements, just seemed to be a little frantic, as though she was really working to make up ground. But she did cover it, showing a lot of experience in how she handled that. At times, some very crisp patterns with the ribbon. No great surprise that that leads 27.4, so she has gained almost half a mark from qualification, as Push lost around the same amount. Now we go to a gymnast who has been performing spectacularly this season, especially with this apparatus. She won the gold medal in Sofia. She was the top qualifier for this final with 28.4. It is, of course, Taisia Onofrichuk, with really the routine that made her so famous last season.
It's supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. If you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. He traveled all around the world, and everywhere he went, he'd use his word and all would say, there goes a clever gent.
When Dukes and Martha Rogers pass a time of day with me, I say me special word and leave me off real to tea.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. If you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Because I was afraid to speak when I was just a lad. My father gave me nails a tweak, told me I was bad. But then one day I learned a word to save me aching nose.
The biggest word you've ever heard, and this is how it goes. Oh, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, even though the sound of it is something quite atrocious. If you say it loud enough, you'll always sound precocious.
For example?
Yes?
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Greeted with enormous enthusiasm, that by the crowd and by the gymnasts especially watching in Baku. She's becoming an absolute favourite. Yeah, there we go. There's the evidence of it. Screaming their love for Taisia Onofrichuk, and they're right to appreciate her. She's becoming something of a gymnast. She again transforms into a style of performance that suits this orchestration. It has to be extremely vivacious to work with music that otherwise would overpower. Secondly, didn't have the sort of height of the first and the third, but she did brilliantly to get it back. Real stability demonstrated in her fouettes, and some nice pattern work with the ribbon too. Important to keep the cleanliness with the apparatus, as well as the cleanliness with the body difficulty. The ribbon must never lose its kineticism. It mustn't have a sort of static or loose feel to it. It surely will lead based on what we've seen. Lovely patterns there again. Yes, it does lead. 28.2. She's 8/10 in the gold medal position over Anastasia Salos. We've still got quite a way to go in this final, but a very good case made by Ona Frichuk for another ribbon title. So, this is all very interesting because the young Ukrainian has put the marker down with 28.2. And now we are going to get 3 world champions with the ribbon. The last 3 world champions all trying to beat it. We start with Sofia Raffaelli, the world champion from 2022, who scored 27.5 in qualifying.
His eyes upon my face, his hand upon my hand, his lips caress my skin. It's more than I can
Sofia Raffaelli, the champion with the ribbon in 2022 in Sofia. A year later, she became the first rhythmic gymnast ever to win the Best Female Athlete of the Year award at the Gazeta Sports Awards ceremony. Now, how is this going to compare to the 28.2 that we saw from Taisia Onofrichuk? The use of El Tango de Roxanne. Not for the first time in this ribbon final. Musical theatre orchestration. We've had quite a bit of it. Where the difficulty score will sit here is going to be interesting because it was an 11.8 in the preliminary stage. Ona Frichuk is on 12.4. But we all know that Sofia Raffaelli is capable of packing high degrees of difficulty into every routine. It has got some nice little tango elements to it. Keeps the trunk quite upright in the leap. Long calculations in progress for this one. It's taking a while. Hits the side scale with authority there. Oh, close. 28.05.
Please welcome
Difficulty of 11.9. She did increase it, but not enormously so. All of that meaning an improvement of just over half a mark for Raffaeli. Now we go to Styliana Nikolova, the 5th best in qualification. 27.3 was her score.
Maybe the face I can't forget, a trace of pleasure or regret. Maybe my treasure or the price I have to pay. She may be the song that summer sings, maybe the chill that autumn brings, maybe 100 different things within the measure of a day.
Styliana Nikolova, gymnast who competed at the Olympic Games in Paris with yet another new routine this season, using the hugely well-known song She, performed by Daniel Boaventura. There seemed to be a moment where she had to really cover ground and get across the space in order to keep contact with the ribbon, to re-grasp it successfully. Some lovely patterns created, some very strong shape. Slow motion replay really accentuating it. And certainly she went for amplitude with some of her releases. And there's always the risk there that the ribbon starts to drift. But it's necessary to pack in the difficulty. Now, Sofia Raffaeli, we understand, is challenging her score. There we go, body difficulty. She doesn't need much of a change in order to go into medal or gold medal contention. She's in medal contention, but she's only a 10th and a half behind Taisia Onofrichuk. So that will just delay us for a moment or two as Styliana Nikolova waits for her score to come in. Three more performances to come in this ribbon final before we go to the group mixed apparatus event to conclude our coverage. It's a nice choice to have the Daniel Boaventura version of She. The entertainer from Bahia State in Brazil. As I mentioned earlier, those World Championships coming up in Rio. Hopefully a score coming up here sooner rather than later. But as I pointed out before we went to Stiliana Nikolova, the kiss and cry area, the inquiry has been submitted by Sofia Raffaelli, so that will just interrupt things a touch or two. The more time that you have in this area, the more time you have to pretend that there isn't a giant mascot sitting next to you. Which Stiliana Nikolova is doing extremely successfully so far. No change to Sofia Raffaelli's score. Now we'll move to the score for Stiliana Nikolova. Well, they've announced Alina Garnasko, but first of all, we've got to have the score for Stiliana Nikolova. A bit of confusion here in the National Gymnastics Arena. There we go. Nikolova, 28.15, so she is 500ths behind on Africhuk. And we go now to the second of the world champions, the 2021 world champion, Alina Garnasko, who scored 28 in qualifying. Now that would not quite put her onto the podium.
C'est une histoire qui a pour lieu Paris la belle en l'an de Dieu 1482 pour les siècles à venir. Il est venu le temps des cathédrales. Le monde est entré dans un nouveau millénaire. L'homme a voulu monter vers les étoiles, écrire son histoire dans le verre ou dans la pierre. Il est foutu le temps des cathédrales. La foule des barbares est aux portes de la ville. Laissez entrer ces païens, ces vandales. La fin de ce monde est prévue pour l'an 2000. Est prévue pour l'an 2000.
Alina Garnasko completing her performance in this ribbon final. Music from Notre-Dame de Paris, Le Temps de Cathédrale. A gymnast who so memorably won the World Championship title in Kitakyushu in 2021. And she won the ribbon gold medal at the Athens World Cup last year in her return to international competition. She's often done some of her very finest gymnastics with this apparatus. Has she managed to push beyond the leading score of Anna Frichuk. That opening sequence, very much something that we've seen from her in the past with great success, and again that well executed pirouette, the split ring position. There is an expressivity to all of her gymnastics. From an artistry standpoint, one imagines this will do rather nicely. Will it have the difficulty of Anna Frichuk? 27.94, so she's in 4th position, and indeed the artistry score is very good, 8.15. That is the joint highest artistry that we've seen, but the difficulty 11.8, that's the lowest of the top 4. Now we go to Daria Varfolomeev, the penultimate gymnast, the reigning Olympic champion and the reigning world champion with the ribbon. She performed the extraordinary clean sweep in 2023. In qualifying, 27.75.
Don't you know that I'm trouble? If they knew I was trouble, everywhere that I go, oh, it's a feeling down in my soul. Got a secret that nobody knows. I'm trouble. I could be the devil in disguise. Don't you see the fire in my eyes? Don't you know that I'm trouble? Ooh. And if they knew I was trouble, ooh. Everywhere that I go, oh, it's a feeling down in my soul. Got a secret that nobody knows. I'm trouble.
Daria Varfolomeev performing to Trouble by Jake Warren and Dana Kelson. New choice of orchestration for this season for her after using different music for the past couple of years. And it's very stylized, it's very memorable. And it, again, works well for her choreographically. Her score in qualifying was 27.75, so the execution needs to jump up for her really to contend, because that score of 27.75 would only be sufficient to be 5th at the moment, even though it was the 3rd best in the preliminary round. We still have one to go, and that's Tara Dragaš. So has she managed to push the numbers up, the Olympic champion, on her return to the World Cup circuit? Taisiana Frichuk leads on 28.2.
Friends, inquiry has been submitted by AIN.
And another inquiry, Alina Garnasco. Another body difficulty inquiry, just as we had for Sofia Raffaelli, with no change to her score. So first and foremost, this will be scrutinised by the superior jury, and then we'll get the clarification on Daria Varfolomeev's score. And we mustn't forget that we're finishing with a silver medalist with a ribbon from the Junior European Championships in Tel Aviv a few years ago. Anyone who managed to perform well with the ribbon in Tel Aviv was doing fantastically, because naturally, to allow the ribbon to behave properly, the air conditioning had to be switched off, which was quite correct. It was June in Tel Aviv, so you can only imagine how warm the venue became. It was, I would say, the warmest I've ever been in any venue anywhere in the world. And it was virtually full in the arena as well. Massive attendance. It's pleased to be back competing on the international stage. Wonder what it feels like when you come back in as the Olympic champion, how it changes what people expect of you, what you expect of yourself. That's where a coach is really important in helping manage that, not worsen it, but actually lighten the load for the athletes so that they can go into competitions with a clear head. Once again, no change. Alina Garnasko's score is unaltered. She has done enough to go into the lead. 28.45. Daria Varfolomeev by a quarter of a mark leads Taisia Onofrichuk, and her difficulty has gone up by 2/10. She also delivered that much needed improvement to the execution score. 8.05 after 7.55 in qualifying. Tara Dragash of Italy is the last individual to perform in Baku. 7th best in qualifying, 27.15.
Solteira não, alegre, se tem birita, a gente bebe. Vira tequila de uma vez, não sabe nem o que é. Sai do chão e diz, só virotinho de mestre, só virotinho de mestre. Esquece tudo que anda. Ai, delícia, toda arrepiada. Quando a gente chega é fogo na revoada. Todas por uma,
that is a piece of music that is going to be enormously well known in Brazil. Very judicious selection by Tara Dragash and her coaching team. It's sung by Vete Sangalo. One of the most celebrated of Brazilian musicians. That will absolutely get the crowd going if they have the chance to hear that at the World Championships. Good difficulty displayed as she works hard to get that leg bend in the side scale position, and there into the classical attitude. Very well controlled.
Succede Gabberio non solo una perché mi guardi imbambonato dalla duna perché continui a masticare e non rispondi, dammene una, se me la vendi una fortuna ti darò.
And another classical selection of balletic turns here in the original fouettes. Quite a sizable amount of movement needed for stability on the base leg. But good leaps there, nice back bend, nice flick up of the back leg. Then striking just for a brief moment the attitude devant position. As I said earlier, she has some different choices of pirouettes from some of the other athletes that we've seen, particularly that real use of the attitude derrière. And she's done wonderfully to get herself a bronze medal, which looked like a massive surprise. 28.15, huge congratulations, Tara Dragash. A memorable performance and a memorable day at work. She's on the podium. What a great conclusion for her to this final. The bronze medal in the ribbon competition won by Tara Dragash of Italy on the execution tiebreak by 500ths. She had a higher execution score than Stiliana Nikolova. Taisia Onofrichuk wins silver, and Daria Varfolomeev on her return to World Cup competition makes it 2 gold medals on this day.
Aziz dostlar, yarışlarımıza qrup hərəkətləri komandalarının 3 top və 2 halqa ilə final çıxışlarını ilə davam edirik.
Dear friends, we continue with 3 balls and 2 hoops final of the teams in group exercise.
Finalçıları qarşılayın.
Please welcome the finalists.
Now we present to you the finalists in the last event of the day, the group mixed apparatus competition.
Italy. China, Türkiye, Bulgaria, Germany, Israel, Japan, Ukraine. Good luck to all gymnasts.
Moments away from the start of the mixed apparatus final, the last of the finals in Baku at this World Cup of Rhythmic Gymnastics. Kazakhstan, bronze medalists in the 5 ribbons competition, with Israel taking silver and the People's Republic of China winning the gold. Will the Chinese manage to make it 2 out of 2 today? The finalist in the mixed apparatus competition at the Baku World Cup, and the top in qualification, Bulgaria, with a score of 28.25. Second strongest, Ukraine, 26.9. So a really compelling performance delivered by the Bulgarians in the preliminary stage. They were the all-around champions, but they missed out on the podium in the 5 ribbons category due to the execution tiebreak with Kazakhstan.
Uno, two, tres, four.
Ube, Guara, bring it from Holland to Ghana, Senegal up to Italia, nationwide even España.
Really well done to all of the youngsters who have provided such great entertainment for the spectators. They always do in Baku. Big moment for them, isn't it? They must feel so nervous before they take to the floor. Excited as well, undoubtedly, but a big experience, big opportunity.
Please welcome Team Italy.
It is time to begin the 3 balls and 2 hoops final, the mixed apparatus competition. We'll start with the Italians, who were 6th in the 5 ribbons final. Coming in for Chiara Badi is Serena Ottoviani. Italy 4th best in qualifying. Their score was 26.5.
If you're looking for trouble, you came to the right place. If you're looking for trouble, just look right in my face. I was born standing up and talking back. My daddy was a green-eyed man. He died because I'm evil. My little name is misery. around with me. But if you're gonna start a rumble, don't you try it, because I'm evil. My middle name is Misery. Well, I'm evil. So don't you mess around with me.
That's really memorable. Very enjoyable to watch. It's got a strong sense of identity. It's got some lovely passes of the apparatus, some clever moments. And what seems to work particularly well is that whenever the gymnasts have broken away into pockets for quite some time, you get that necessary pull back together where they function as one, where they do either some choreography that is quite clever and inventive, or they just perform some skills in a synchronized fashion. So it gives shape to the routine. Certainly some moments where the execution was not fully crisp, but some moments where it was very good. They've got some nice creative passes. One particular one where hoop and ball combined to show some very fine trajectory judgment. And that's an example of what I mean, where they go back into those very clean, very synchronized positions when they need to keep the shape. .75. Execution is quite a bit down from qualifying, as is the difficulty, but this is going to be really enjoyable to watch as the season goes on. And I go back to my early point in the first group final, which I think is important for us to always consider, that the groups are changing their complexion. This is a new composition for Italy. It's a new cycle for Apparatus. So things are going to be inconsistent early on. And what we need to look for is the overall potential of that routine. See where it could score extremely highly. Or it might just be like the People's Republic of China, who have performed with real consistency so far. Probably helps when you have two gymnasts who won the Olympic title in your ranks. The same group composition as the first performance. This is the People's Republic of China. All-around silver medalists, winners of the 5 ribbons event, and the third best in qualification here with 26.55.
Turkey, Amirito, Pijalanti, Amirito, Pijalanti, Amirito, Pijalanti.
Amirito hijalando, Amirito hijalandi, Amirito hijalando, Amirito hijalandi.
That's another joy in terms of its construction from China. Starts beautifully, ends beautifully. The bit in the middle ain't half bad either. They're very good at their composition of the space, how they use the competition floor. There is a cleanness to how they construct the routine. Group rhythmic gymnastics at its worst is so frantic, and it's so easy for it to become frantic because, as any coach will tell you, the moment one thing goes wrong, then everything starts to snowball. And what they have been so good at for so many years, the Chinese squad, is making sure their routines never look frantic. Even when there are issues, they manage them well. Back into fully synchronized. Reminds you that it is a cohesive group piece before they then break away into individual work. How will it compare to 26.55 in the qualification phase? Really well-maintained sense of harmony to the fouette turns. This really did look good. Easy lead, 27.1 for the Chinese squad.
Please welcome
Difficulty is up a little from qualification, execution is up a little, and artistry is up a little. All of that contributing to an improvement of just over half a mark. Really well done. Another routine that's going to be hard to beat. We go to Turkey, the third group to perform. Ksenia Yunashina comes in for Melek Duru Özün.
We run this mother. Some of them men think they freak this like we do, but no they don't. Make your check come at the neck. Disrespect us, no they won't. We run this mother. Mother, mother, mother, mother.
Every girl find a man go wind up. Every girl find a man go wind up.
Controlled that finish nicely. Good little pass of the ball at the end. As we see the performance of Turkey. They were 6th in the mixed apparatus final in Sofia. As I mentioned in the 5 ribbons competition, they are mostly gymnasts who've made their way up from the Junior World Championship squad over the last couple of seasons. So they've got good knowledge of each other. Watching on is Melek Duru Özün. This had some very striking moments to it. The execution score in qualifying was 6 exactly. Overall, it was 24.95. Sometimes they were very together in their synchronized portions, at other times less so. There were moments where the use of space was excellent and seemed very secure. .24.3, it's not that much of a change from qualifying, down by about 2/3 of a mark. And they are into second place, ahead of the Italians. Now, this could be very interesting. It's a really difficult routine, this. And it was performed with considerable style in qualification by Bulgaria. All-around champions, top qualifiers for this final. Rachel Stoyanov comes in for Victoria Georgieva. Finishes really nicely, that routine. It's got very high scoring potential in terms of the complexity of the group work on show. You have in this group Rachel Stoyanov and Sofia Ivanova, who are the two-time reigning European all-around champions. They also have 3 World Championship titles, so they've got enormous amounts of experience. Stoyanov, as I mentioned in Sofia, has had knee surgery not that long ago and is therefore just easing her way back into competition. Lovely little creative passes there, managed nicely one after t'other to give a sense of fluidity to it. Again, that's where difficulty is accumulated. Lots of ambition. Sometimes the control just slipped away, but not completely. It never hurtled out of control as a routine. .26.45, second place. It didn't quite have the cleanness of performance that it did in qualification. 6.4 execution score compared to 7.1, and they lose some of the difficulty as well. So all of that representing a drop of 1.8. That brings us to the 5th group to perform. Melanie Dargel comes into this group for Nila Arndt. You're watching Germany, who scored 25.05 in qualification. Dargel, I'm sure many of you remember, was an individual over the last couple of seasons, appeared in some European Championships and some World Cups.
Party and evening. I wanna party, I want a song, I wanna party, I want a song, I wanna party and live my life. I wanna party and fly. I'm fly just like a bird. What you out there? Oh yeah, the right to fly just like a rocket. Okay. Fly so high where I need to come down for oxygen. Cause once we started, ain't no stopping me. Cause I just wanna live my life and party. All I want is to be free and rock my body. And around the world, and I wanna live my life in Rio. Cause Rio realize I wanna party, I wanna samba, party, I wanna party, I wanna samba, party, I wanna party, and live my life. I wanna party and fly. Hey, hey, hey, hey, hey, hey.
They did well to actually get that to a composed finish because it unfortunately lost its shape and lost its way in the last third. After some really good work early on, the choice of orchestration from the soundtrack of the film Rio. So as expected, we're seeing lots of nods to the forthcoming championships in Brazil in August. They did have to use the replacement apparatus. It's good fun though, there's a lot about it that's quite memorable. They have in this group Olivia Falk, Helena Rybkin, Anna-Maria Chateaurin and Emilia Vickert, along with the aforementioned Nila Arndt and Melanie Dargel. Vickert is the one who competed at the Olympic Games, was part of the team that won silver at the World Championships in 2022. So very useful to have her still there in the group. Otherwise, this group is very much a bringing together of gymnasts with quite different experiences. Rybkin and Chateaurin have also been individual performers along with Dargel. Falk was part of the Junior World Championship group in 2023. .55. Germany naturally quite a way down from qualification. They lose a chunk of difficulty, not a huge amount, just 4/10, but what they really do lose is execution and artistry And obviously 3/10 of penalty marks as well for the loss of that hoop. Israel, 8th best in qualifying with a score of 24.6, but they did perform really well in the single apparatus final. Ksenia Korodkovska comes in for Kristina Elon-Ternovsky.
Hey.
Well, that really was just unfortunately one of those occasions for Israel. Issues right from the very beginning, and a sense that the routine didn't ever have the opportunity to find its way. And that's where, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I go back to what I've said throughout all these group performances and these group finals, that we've got to give the routines time to find their shape at the start of the season. And with new compositions and new routines, new apparatus. A lost hoop early on. And then there was a lost hoop shortly after that as well. There. So unfortunately there will be just so many deductions and also lost difficulty too. 24.6 in qualification. But it happens. And this is where group is so unforgiving, so uncompromising, because you're never fully the master of your own destiny. You have to make quick judgments as to how to get back into position once you've lost time. And they did very well to make of it as much as they could make of it. 17.65.
Please welcome
Israel
Team
score a
Japan.
huge drop from qualification, regrettably, for obvious reasons. And just to go back to the difficulty, they've lost 2.8 compared to what they produced in the preliminary stage, along with 3 marks of execution and just over a mark of artistry. So the Chinese group still leading the way. We have 2 performances to come. And now we see a Japanese group comprising Hanamura Natsumi, Inaki Rinako, Nishimoto Megumi, Suzuki Ayuka and Taguchi Hisano. It's really memorable from the Japanese. That performance is so full of character, it's exciting. Now, they produced a really good display overall in Sofia, where they won the all-around and the 5-ribbon silver and bronze with the mixed apparatus. This is a group that is full of experience and also full of new members in almost equal measure. All the way from Suzuki Ayuka, world champion in 2019, through to Hanamura and Tanaka, who were in the junior group at the last World Championships. Tanaka Yuna was in the single apparatus performance. So let's have a look back at some of the finer details of this display from the Japanese. Good clean moves through the apparatus. Nice trajectory on a lot of the passes. I mean, this just really was tremendously good. In fact, the slow motion is really accentuating the cleanliness of most of this performance. Good amplitude, couple of walkovers into the pass off the back. Really well performed. Yes, they've gone into the lead, 27.2. They had a feeling, didn't they, at the end of it, that it had gone really well. But that is tremendous from Japan, ahead of China by a 10th. And we have just one more performance to come, and it will be Ukraine. Ukraine with Elizaveta Atsa, Valeria Perimenta, Kira Shirikina, Nadia Yurina and Alexandra Yushak performing. It's packed with so many fun moments that really do make you engage with it as a piece of theatre, not just a piece of sport. They were 5th in both of the finals in Sofia. They won the all-around bronze medal here. Now 26.9, which was the second best in qualification, would get them close to that. Here it would put them into 3rd place. If they can make a small increase, then they'll go beyond China, but it would need to be a couple of tenths. A few tenths would take them to Japan's score. Let us go back and reflect upon this characterful display from the Ukrainian group. Illusion turn with a mild adjustment into the catching position. Very close, 25.45 to a place on the podium, just a marked difference. They are a full mark lower, in fact 1.2 lower in their difficulty. The results in the mixed apparatus competition: bronze won by Bulgaria, silver to the People's Republic of China, and gold won by Japan by just 1/10 over the Chinese in a dramatic final.
Aziz dostlar, aziz gimnastika severler, nəzərinizə çatdırmaq istəyirəm ki, bədii gimnastika üzrə milli komandamızın qüruru, Avropa çempionatının bürünc, Dünya çempionatının gümüş və bürünc mükafatı.
We'll bring you the award ceremonies next.
Arzu Cəllova, peşəkar gimnastika karyerasını bitirir.
Dear friends, dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform you that the pride of our national rhythmic gymnastics team, Arzu Cəllova, bronze medalist at the European Championships, as well as a silver and bronze medalist at the World Championships, and a favorite of us all is retiring from her professional gymnastics career.
Gəlin Arzu Cəllova'nın milli gimnastika arenasında gimnast kimi son çıxışını birlikdə izləyək.
Let's watch Arzu Cəllova's final performances as a gymnast at the Milli Gymnastika Arenası together.
Everybody loves the things you do, from the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you, 'cause you feel like home. You're like a dream come true. But if by chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I've been by myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, you sound like a song. My God, this reminds me of when we were young. When we photographed you in this light, in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were sad of getting old. It made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. When we react, when we react, when we react, when we react. And a part of me keeps holding on, just in case it hasn't gone. 'Cause I still care. Do you still care? It was just like a movie. It was just like a song when we were young.
What a beautiful performance.
Arzu Həsir olmuş. Video çarpı izləməyə dəvət edirik.
And now we invite you to watch a video dedicated to Arzu.
Arzu Cəlilova, the silver medalist at the Junior World Championships in 2019 and also also a bronze medalist in that same competition. Let's look back at her as she bids farewell to the carpet.
Of Azerbaijan, the 6th strongest in qualification. It's a very elegant performance, and then suddenly, whoomph, there goes the power. An explosive display.
Azerbaijan Gymnastics.
Gosh, didn't that bring back some memories? What a display from her at the Junior World Championships of 2019. She also is a Junior European Championship medalist.
On behalf of the gymnastics family, we invite the Secretary General of the Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation, Fatima Shahzada, to the podium to present.
Well, this is lovely.
Arzu Jalilova.
Aziz dostlar, aziz gimnastik heveskarları, hanımlar ve canavlar, bugün bizim gözler arzu, bu sizin istedadı arzu, peşekar gimnastik karyerasını sona çarptırır. Düşünürüm ki, uzun illerdir bu yollarına bir yardım yapmam için o oldukça emosyonel bir manevradır. Arzu öz karyerası boyunca ülkemizin bayrağını en yükseklere kaldırır. Medallar kazandırır ülkemize. Bunun için bütün Azerbaijan gimnastik ailesine Asya teşekkür ederim. Çok sağ olun. Alkışlarınız, bütün alkışlar benim için. Çok sağ olun. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is very emotional moment for Azerbaijan gymnastics family. Today, our beautiful, talented Arzu retired from the professional gymnastics career. We are very proud of her, and we would like to express our gratitude on behalf of the whole Azerbaijan gymnastics family to Arzu. I remember the first day when she came to the training with the national team. She was always very special, very talented, and very beautiful gymnast. And I would like to say thank you, Arzu. Thank you for everything. Now, I want to give microphone to Arzu. She would like to share her thoughts as well.
Thank you for everyone for being here today. It's a very special and emotional moment for me. I'm deeply grateful to everyone who has been in my journey. Thanks to my family, to the Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation for the support and opportunities. Thanks to Madame Sinema, who always believed in me and supported me no matter what. Thanks to my coach, Evgenia Vilayeva, who supported me in very difficult moments. And to my choreographers, Kamil Guliyev and Akif Karimli. Thank you so much. Gymnastics gave me strength, unforgettable moments, and friendships that I will carry with me forever. Thank you, everyone.
Very nicely chosen
Azərbaycan
words.
gimnastikasına verdiğim töhfələrə görə Arzuya ürəkdən təşəkkür edirik və ona gələcək həyatında uğurlar arzu edirik. Arzu xanımın şərəfinə bir gürültü və alqışlar gəlsin.
We sincerely thank Arzu for the contribution to Azerbaijan gymnastics and wish her success in her future life. Thank you very much, Arzu.
Twice a medalist at the Junior World Championships. Shock Soul, thank you, Arzu Jalilova. And we wait to to see what the future holds for this hugely important member of the Azerbaijan gymnastics squad over the last, really, I would say, decade or so. Next, we'll bring you the presentations for the remaining medal events at the National Gymnastics Arena in Baku.
Xanımlar və cənablar, bədii gimnastika üzrə Dünya Kubokunun mükafatlandırma mərasiminə başlayırıq.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony. Please welcome the medalists.
Bədii gimnastika üzrə.
Time for the scenes of celebration at the National Gymnastics Arena in Baku. The award ceremony for the club's competition.
Bədii gimnastika üzrə Dünya Kubokunda gürüzlərlə finalda fərqlənmiş fərdi gimnastların mükafatlandırmasına başlayırıq.
Award ceremony for individual clubs final. Third place and bronze medalist Onofrichuk Taisia, Ukraine.
Taisia Onofrichuk, the winner of the bronze medal.
And silver medalist Nikolova Stiliana, Bulgaria.
Stiliana Nikolova taking
First place
silver.
And gold medalist Varfolomeev Daria, Germany.
And Daria Varfolomeev wins the gold medal.
Aversani, Vice President of the FIG Rhythmic Gymnastics Technical Committee. Emil Mustafayev, Director of Milli Gymnastik Arenası. And Hashim Huseinov, Manager of Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation. Please stand and show your respect for the national anthem of Germany.
Medalists in the club's competition.
Congratulations!
Təbrik edirik.
The ceremonies continue at the National Gymnastics Arena. We move to the victory ceremony for the ribbon competition.
Bədii gimnastika üzrə Dünya Kubokunda lentlə finalda fərqlənmiş fərdi gimnastların mükafatlandırmasına başlayırıq.
Award ceremony for individual ribbons final. Third place and bronze medalist Draga Stara, Italy.
Huge congratulations to Tara Dragash of Italy onto a World Cup podium for the first time. Silver won by Taisiana Frichuk of Ukraine.
Germany.
2 gold medals on her return to World Cup competition for Daria Varfolomeev of Germany, the reigning champion of the world with the ribbon.
Department of Gymnastics and Sport Academy, and Ruslan Eyvaz, local organizing committee member. Please stand and show your respect for the national anthem of Germany. Congratulations!
Təbrik edirik.
The medalists in the ribbon competition at the Baku World Cup. Just one more presentation of the official FIG medal events remains before the AGF trophy is awarded. The victory ceremony for the group mixed apparatus competition.
Bədii gimnastika üzrə Dünya Kubokunda 3 lent və 2 topla fərqlənmiş qrup hərəkətləri komandasının mükafatlandırmasına başlayırıq.
Award ceremony for 3 balls and 2 hoops final of teams in group exercise. Third place and bronze medalist Bulgaria.
Bulgaria winning the bronze medal.
Second place and silver medalist People's Republic of China.
Silver to the People's Republic of China. This was a close final. Japan winning by a tenth of a mark.
Presented by Marcia Agarsani, Vice President of FIG Rhythmic Gymnastics Technical Committee, Evgenia Vilayeva, Member of the Rhythmic Gymnastics Technical Committee of European Gymnastics, and Namik Pedirkhanov, Manager of Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation. Show your respect for the national anthem of Japan. Congratulations!
Tebrik ederim.
The medalists in the group mixed apparatus competition at the Baku World Cup of Rhythmic Gymnastics. Now to the final presentation, the AGF trophy for the group with the best execution score in qualification.
AGF trophy ile tertip olunur.
Team in group exercise with the highest execution score is awarded with AGF trophy. Team Bulgaria. Trophies are presented by
The Bulgarians are the winners of the AGF trophy, an extra award given especially by the Azerbaijan Gymnastics Federation. A nice little extra prize for the mantelpiece or the trophy cabinet for the Bulgarians.
Congratulations!
And all of that brings to a close our coverage of the Baku World Cup of Rhythmic Gymnastics. It's been fascinating to see some gymnasts appear on a podium for the first time at this level. Others make their return after Olympic success. All of it means one thing, that the season is well and truly underway. Until next time, it's goodbye.
Our competition. Thank you for being part of this event. Bye-bye.
Karşılayın Gülnur Mehmetli, Ocak Sport Kulübü.
Marea tu licori arrea, la tropia della surda, al volcar la última curda.
Karşılayın. Yulia
You dress up so happy, looking so fancy. I got that salty chip on my shoulder. Oh, but when the night is deep, you find me in the streets, asking me.
That shit crazy.
Congratulations! Here.
Ai delícia, toda arrepiada. Quando a gente chega é fogo na rede.
Una mattina mi son svegliato.
Everywhere, everywhere that I go, oh, it's a feeling down in my soul. Got everywhere, everywhere that I go, oh, it's a feeling down in my soul. Got a secret that nobody knows.